Okay, should be live. It's been a while. So I thought I'd take a look at some of the suspend issues that people have been having because we haven't really debugged suspend yet. On the previous stream I did, I basically just made it work. Like as in not completely crash or fail to suspend because the last blocker we had for that was the Wi-Fi. And that should be, that was fixed. But there's still a bunch of things that either don't suspend when they should, or break in weird ways after a suspend cycle. When I say suspend, I mean s2idle, which isn't real suspend. There's also the battery usage is worse than it should be, which probably means there's something going actively wrong and wasting CPU cycles during suspend. So all that needs debugging. So let me make sure that my screen is all sane. Close that. And I'm going to be testing on the M1 Pro, which is actually my dev machine for building packages and stuff. So hopefully I won't break it, but I also have seen more people complain about suspend battery usage on this one, and I remember I could relatively easily reproduce the touchpad breakage on this one, so hopefully that will be a good target. So let me just get my screens all good. Yeah, I think that should work. Okay. So, why do I have Marvel and Rockchick things open here? Hello. So yeah, let me make sure. I just did a kernel rebase a few hours ago. So we're now on, actually I'm doing another merge because I just fixed something up in here, I think. Yeah. So we're now on version 6.1 final release. And there's always a merge conflict here, but it's a trivial one, so it's no problem to fix. So yeah, this is now 6.1 plus all the Asahi stuff, plus a bunch of what was it? Got some DCP patches from Jan now. I got some some spy hit patches from Jan now, and some also I think it was also some DCP stuff. Yeah, some fixes to that, and something else that I already forgot. But so the first thing, let's see, what should I start with? There's a couple of things I want to do today. I want to work on the power consumption of sleep mode and the touchpad general issues, plus touchpad during sleep mode. If I have time, I might look at Bluetooth, which also breaks after sleep. I know that USB also breaks. Well, USB doesn't permanently break after sleep. It just it resets. But I already did some investigation into that, and as far as I can tell, on these USB controllers, I don't think we're actually suspending anything in USB in a way that would break it. It's just that I saw it putting the ports into suspend, like the what is it called in USB? Is it called suspend? No, there's another name for it. But yeah, basically it puts the ports into suspend mode, and then it tries to take them out and it times out on that, which sounds like the USB controllers are broken, which is par for the course for these things because the USB controllers are designware. Synopsys designware, and Synopsys are well known for broken USB controllers. Raspberry Pi. So, yeah, that's not that surprising. So we'll have to figure out what macOS does for that, which then means we need to figure out how to make the hypervisor survive a suspend cycle in macOS, which is yet another story. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff. But I think I'm going to start just adding a debug feature to the battery and power controller, because to debug power usage during suspend, and I keep saying suspend, I mean s2idle, which isn't actually full system suspend. We need to log power while the system is in s2idle. We can do that because the kernel is actually still running in quote suspend. It's just that user space isn't, and most devices have the interrupts off, but the SMC doesn't, and we can get currents out of that and battery stats. So the first thing I'm going to do first thing I'm going to do is just reboot this machine. So this is my dev machine, which I hopefully won't totally break. So I'm going to just reboot it. And it should go into Mini, so we can run custom kernels on it. And I also need to find, I might use the SMC stuff for that. So what I want is a number for system power consumption, not for power input, not for battery charge or discharge, because obviously the best way to measure power consumption is to just unplug it from the power and measure battery discharge, but that is a problem with the hypervisor because I'm using a USB port and it provides some power, and the negotiation is kind of terrible and doesn't actually work. Also, I should start up Spotify and get some background music on here for myself at least. Because otherwise it gets kind of that. Yeah, it should be fine. Oh, Luna's here. So, yeah, I'm gonna see if I can find an SMC key that gives me actual system power consumption. So I have like a text file I keep dumping random things into. And maybe I can find some stuff here. So this is like my notes file. What am I have changes here? Oh, apparently I have that. Yeah, sure, we can add that at the bottom. Previously I started looking at the battery info stuff in the SMC firmware, because we actually have the SMC firmware now. Someone apparently got access to, I'm guessing it was a debug unlocked their prototype or something M1 and dumped. This was a while ago. The iBoot keys up until 13.0 beta 1, I think. And the SMC firmware just coincidentally happens to be encrypted, but part of iBoot. So I actually took a look at the firmware to try to, just get some more info on some of these keys. And in general, looking at the SMC firmware and stuff like that is fine, legally, because none of the code in there is going to be related to the code in the kernel that talks to it, because there are completely different sides. And especially for SMC, the interface is this super simple key value interface. So this kind of information of what each key means is not copyrightable. So there's no argument there that this is going to be a legal issue. This Linux was made for M1 MacBook, not the one you're seeing, because this is not a MacBook. My dev machine isn't a MacBook, but the machine I'm going to be running this on is a MacBook. And they don't have a camera for it. But you'll see me SSH in and get logs and stuff. So I am looking for system power consumption. There's a total system power. Does this work? Let me open up the SMC key. The SMC console. So there's the key. There's also the SMC watcher. And let me just look at this for a sec. If we have that, that might be useful. So that's total system power. There's DCN. I don't know if that works. We're going to try it. And then we have the charge power. We have the AC power. That's negotiated. That's not what I want. Actually, let's add the other currents and stuff too, because this might all be useful. And we can actually log all of these in Linux, and or even have a list of useful stuff to look. That's not what I want. Well, sure. Yeah. So it says 7 watts, which sounds reasonable. So this might be what we want. It should be fully charged now, I think. I quit. Yes, okay, that works. So it doesn't break it. That's good. So IO3R and IO5R we don't actually have. We do have the, I guess we do have the DC voltage in, hopefully. And I'm looking for... Actually, you know what? Let's just look for all the currents and see what we get. And all the powers. And then we have the battery charger and current and stuff, which is going to be part of that. And by the way, this is a J314. So these should apply to it. There's VD0R. I don't know if we have that one. I'm going to try it. Yes, it's called Asahi Linux. Keyboard backlight current is fun that we have that. We can use that also just as a test later on Linux. So yeah, I'll have to figure out how many of these I care about. Also, these are floats, which is like super annoying. Not all of them are floats though, but a lot of them are. I wonder if Linux has any easy like float to int conversion function I can use. Because I don't need to do math on these, but I need to display them. So that might be another silly thing to deal with. Okay, yeah, so the battery current I'm interested in the battery power. And I think that should be fine. And then we have the AC power, I think. I have DC and current. We should have that. Yeah, let's just see how much. We're getting a lot of stuff out of this, so this is all going to be very noisy. Yeah, I get a lot of things on that. Yeah, it's going to be very difficult to read. I should fix this to not print that much resolution. Hold on, let me do that because it's way too many significant digits. Let's just print like 2 or something. Pull handles again. How do I format this? Formats. If that format is from the AA. Okay, so then A if something like %.02f %A. If instance A float else A, that's probably a bit less crazy. Yeah, that's more like it. So still a bit noisy, but not as bad. Yeah, so we have the input voltage, which is 20 volts that comes from the charger. PMVR is, I think, the master power, like from the master PMU. So what I want to find is PSTR is the total system power, I think. Yeah, so we're looking for PSTR, and so I want to know whether that actually there's also PDTR, whatever that is. I have that? No, I don't. Looks the same as PSTR, or pretty close. So I guess I would have to discharge the batteries a bit and see how that does. This might kill it, though, if I unplug it. We'll see. Yeah, see, that's the thing, is it tries to, like, charge from the debug port and then breaks. So let me just see if... Yeah, that's now very confused. Okay, so I rebooted it, but let's see if at least it survives on that port. And I'm going to see what we get now. So PSTR, now the thing is the order is kind of random, depending on which order it gets the updates in. Where'd PSTR go? Here, PSTR is now 6.40 watts, which is reasonable. It did go down a bit since plugging it in, but I guess it's possible that some stuff automatically goes into lower power modes if it's running on battery, so that's not that surprising. And as far as powers, that's the highest one. So PSTR looks like probably what we want. Let me look at PHPC. Whatever that is. PHPC, I don't have that. Now I want to know what that is. Yeah. That one looks interesting. PHPC is, and then PMVC. PMVC, okay, that's 3V8 IOMMU sense. Okay. So that's the 3 volt 8 AON low side power, I guess. So that's yeah, one fraction of total system power, which makes sense. And I think the I actually have the schematic for this, by the way. And then there's PMVR. And that's the high side. Is that the inefficiency then? PMVR, PMVC. That is okay. Yeah, 4.2 watts and 3.8 watts. I guess that's the inefficiency in the conversion, right? So, yeah, high side means that from the power bus. So that's why. So that's the power consumption from the 3.8 volt bus. And then there's PHPC, which I don't know. But that looks like most of the rest of the power, of the total system power. And there isn't that much. There's PPSC. PSC. Okay, that's slave PMU and then PMC. PPSC, PPMC. Yeah, okay. So those are the main PMU powers, and they add up to like 2.6 or something. I think those pull from 3V8. And then where's the battery power? Which now this should be on battery now, so we should be pulling from that. SBAC, is that what it is? SBAP, 6 watts. Okay. So we're pulling 6 watts from the battery. It claims 6.31 watts from for total system power. That might just be an inaccuracy. Because obviously it's not making power out of nowhere, and I don't think we're giving it 300 milliwatts through the crappy hypervisor port, though maybe we are. So then the other thing I want to know is, when I plug in the charger again, is the total system power going to go up? As in, it doesn't include the charger current, or does it not? So let's plug that in. So VDOR went up a lot, which makes sense because that's the power input. So 413 was the crappy voltage it was getting from my Arduino thing. Now it's 20 volts. Total system power went up a little bit, but that's expected. And then the battery power is 0. Is that because it's still charged? Hold on. Let's quit that and get the... Let's get only powers. I don't think we need currents. Oh yeah, the battery claims to be fully charged still. So maybe it's just not actually charging. Let me get the battery current only. This PB0F. So let's quit that and do PB0F, IB0F, and battery power B0AP. Yeah, those are the important ones. Okay, so B0AP is 0, so I think it didn't actually discharge enough. Okay, I'm gonna use I have a burn CPU thing here that just makes it beat CPU. So I'm gonna run that, and run this again and unplug it, and hopefully it won't die on me. It probably will, though. Yes. Let me just do that again. With I appreciate it work. Thank you. So yeah, let's run the CPU burn thing. Watch that. Yeah, okay, so now we are definitely discharging the battery. Oh, those are negative. And let's let it run down the battery until like 95 or something. BUIC is the UI battery charge. Interesting. PSTR is not like, oh yeah, 14 because I'm burning power, right? Yeah, so that does fit. And that mostly matches up with the battery power. It's a little bit higher, as I said. Not sure of how reliable that is, but do you have the AC input power somewhere? That'd be interesting to know. BPOR, PPOR, or something like that. PPOS, PPOB. Actually, PPOB might be its attempt at pulling power from... Yeah, I don't have that one, but PPOB is buck... Oh, that's buck 0. Okay, that doesn't make sense. So yeah, let's just let it run down the battery a little bit and just make sure that PSTR is what we want for debugging suspend mode. And then we need to figure out how to... While that eats the battery a bit, let me see if I can figure out how to get floats in there. Is there anything for float formatting in the kernel? Because that might be a little bit annoying. Float 32. I think everyone open coded the same thing. Yeah, of course they did. I know Lena has a software float thing in her Rust code, but I don't think I'm going to use that for here. I just need to print some floats. And printk doesn't have anything like that, of course. Search for float. Actually, search for Mantissa. How many people have open coded the same floating point stuff somewhere? Because of course. Yeah, I don't need the math emulation stuff. This printk, and yeah, there's no floats in here. And in lib, of course not. Yeah, I might just need to open code this. Because I don't think we have. Is there really nothing to just print a float? Okay, that's like evil. Huh. Because that's going to make it like extra annoying to do the print case with the debug info. I guess the right thing to do for us would be to have generic float32 functions for SMC, and then we just provide a scale. And yeah, it's okay. So let's go back to this. Did we get the battery down a bit? No, not yet. I think it'd be UIC, right? Yeah. I guess it's just in like fake battery power mode. Yeah, it'll probably take a while until it actually goes below 100%. Okay, let that run while we add that. So in drivers, we don't have that yet. That's in not sock Apple, it's platform Apple. Drivers, platform Apple, SMC core. So this is probably where it should live. Don't know what that's there. And I need the header file. Not this one. I need the like include MFD Linux, MFD Apple SMC. Was it Mac SMC? Yeah, so these are like custom ops. And then we're just gonna have a read op for and it's not being static, it's just gonna be so it would have to read U32 F32 scaled. So we get the key and the pointer and scale. And that's just not inline, that one. So implement that one here after here, I guess. Okay. So this is just going to do a U32 read. Fval it equals Apple SMC read U32 SMC key fval if ret okay, and now just do a simple conversion from float to yeah. So it'll be multiply that by scale, then do the shift. Okay, so it's like val equals fval. What's the format for IEEE? Yeah, something like that. Okay, so the exponent is 8 bits, the sign is, yeah. And the mantissa is the lower 23 bits, so fval and, is it mask or gen mask? Do I have mask stuff here? Might not. Is it gen mask? Yeah. So 22. And then we give it bit 23. And that means include bit mask. So that's our mantissa. And then we multiply by the scale. And this is not type. This would be, I guess, U32. Not U, it could be assigned, so S32P. Or just int, really. Yeah, let's just use int. So val is fval and genmask times the scale, but then I need to cast this to U64 to make sure. And then the scale, well, hopefully is positive. I guess that could just be made unsigned to make it clear. And so then we have the value in terms of 22 bits of floating part. And so I need to get the exponent, which is biased by 127. So it would be 23. I guess I need to check that. So let's take the exponent first. Exp equals that. It's not U32 now, it's an integer. Minus 127. And then because we actually want to shift to the right another 23 bits. And this is how much you're shifting to the left. So then you subtract another 23. And then if exp is greater than 0, then fval exp, else and then, do I need to check for overflow here? Maybe I don't care. If exp is greater than, actually this is backwards. If exp is greater than 0, then you do it to the left, otherwise you go back. And if exp is greater than 63, fval equals like int64 max or something. Is that another thing? U64 max. Is there an S64 max? Yeah. Oh, this is fval. Sorry, I don't need fval there. I need val. And I guess that can be signed at that point. Yeah, okay. Let's do U64 until we figure out the sign. So if we're going more than 63 bits left, actually, no, the value there. Like also scale could be I guess actually, yeah, if the scale is negative, it should be dividing by that. That kind of makes sense. let's support it like that. If scale is less than 0, we divide by scale, but then I need to shift to the left. So let's get the exponent out first. And then if the scale is less than 0, then we shift... let's just shift 32 bits to the left, because that should have enough space. exp, subtract 32 bits from that, and then divide by the scale. Otherwise, just multiply by the scale, and this will be minus the scale. What? That was weird. Like my shift key got stuck or something. If exp is greater than 63, then the value is always going to be the max. Else, if exp is less than minus 63, the value is always going to be 0. Otherwise, if it's greater than 0, then we shift it left, otherwise shift it right, and then I need to figure out how to detect overflows. Underflows are fine. Overflows might be a little bit tricky. Okay, so let's say if exp is less than 0, else if exp is greater than... No, how do I do that? I need something so that the if I'm shifting left, I need to make sure that as many bits as are left at the top are 0. Yeah, so this means exp is at least... Yeah, so if val and not exp 64 minus exp, okay, something like that. So take as many bits as we have left, shift it, yeah, take a mask and then take the inverse of that if the val has that set, and that's overflow. That's 64 max. And then I can probably just figure this out. Oh yeah, and also, well, 0 is never going to have an exponent. So I think that's fine. And we'll ignore nans and things like that. Yeah, just give it a 64 max on that. Otherwise, val shifts left by exp. And this would be 63 bits, because that's how many we have, actually, on a signed number. Yeah. And then this can just be U64 in that case. Actually, 63, yeah, because if we're shifting that much, then it's 0. And then we can just leave that there. Actually, no, 63 there, yeah, because if that'll be 0 in the case. Is that right? No, it should be 64, because that's how many bits we actually have. And in the 0 case, though, that's not good. So we need to check for 0 first. Or you can just say exp and that. Set the exp max. Otherwise, shift to left by exp, and then no need for minus exp and shift to exp as negative. Yes, I do. Sorry. Thank you for that. And then if val is greater than s32 max, p equals is there int max? Yeah, it's an int max. Else if val that's it then. Else p equals val, and then if val and bit 31, then p equals minus and that can never overflow because you always have one extra bit on negatives anyway. Which means you're gonna get not exactly int min if in the overflow case, but I mean, I guess I could add that there. Or we can just check for everything here. Else, if that bit is set, then it's minus val. Else p equals val. Yeah, okay, let's actually do that properly. So we check for that bit first. If val is greater than min, it's kind of ugly, but yeah, there's an int min. So if val is less than that, then it's int min. Else p equals minus val. Oh wait, val is, no, actually, if val is greater than minus int min, sorry, that's what I was trying to do. Then it's int min, otherwise it's minus val. Else if val is greater than int max, then we set it to int max, otherwise it's just val, and then return red. Check if less than 0, s32 where? Oh yeah, sorry, that should be an s32, yeah. I'll just make it int. Yeah, that might work. Okay, and with floats in the kernel is always so annoying. Let's see if that builds. make. And so then the next thing is in power supply, which is where the actual driver we're dealing with is going to be drivers, power supply, Mac SMC power. Still building some Rust stuff. I guess because I remerged. Oh, it's probably going to do like build everything now again, but it should be C cached. Yeah, it's going to go fast. So let's see what happens with that. Oh, something failed. It didn't like me already. Okay. Yeah, okay, fine. 93% using some battery there. So we say we're using 15 watts for the system now, and if I now plug it in... Oh, sorry. PSTR jumped up. But we are using 40 watts into the battery now. Before it was like 15 watts out and 15 watts for the system power. Now we're 40 watts in, 18 watts for system power. Okay, yeah, I think PSTR is a useful number for total system power, and none of the others seem to have that kind of scale, so I think that's going to work. Yeah, and PDTR is the input power then, which is the sum of those. So we can just print those. Did I have PDTR in my keys? No, okay, so that one's useful. PSTR is total system power. Yeah, that's a useful one. Because then we have 32 watts plus 18 watts equals 50 watts. Yep, that adds up. So what failed in the build there? Let's try that again. 32 scale. Oh, right, that's not type. Just int in this case. Is the SMC sensor reading code hooked up to the hardware mon infrastructure? Not yet. That's a missing driver. So this is just going to go into the power driver because I kind of need some polling stuff in that driver eventually anyway, so this kind of fits with that. Not bitmask, it's called bitfield.h. So yes, hardware mon is on the to-do list. But for now, I'm just going to add this print function, and we need this anyway because during suspend, you can't actually use user space apps to monitor the battery. So this has to be in the kernel anyway as a debug thing. Mac SMC, where was this? SMC, what am I missing there? 112. Keep that. Okay, that doesn't complain now. So now we go to the Mac SMC power. How do I do timers in kernel space? Like periodic timers. Periodic tasks. Like, do I just need to keep requeuing it, or can I have a thing running like every second or something like that? There's timers. Timers set up. Yeah, there's already some generic work tasks that the kernel uses. So I can just use those, I think. But scheduled timer, mod timer, yeah. But I'm not sure if I want this one or one of the other things. Because there's also the work queue stuff that can do deferred, like task schedule, timer setup. Yeah, so you can do the delayed work stuff. Yeah, I think the timer stuff is gonna work. So in the power structure timer list, let's go to debug timer. And I might also go ahead and implement the battery charge limits a bit later because that's been on the list forever and it's very similar to this. So debug timer. Read values by key from user space. Yeah, I also need to add some kind of debug FS thing for that. Yes. That's also on the list. There's a lot of things on the list. So in the initialization stuff here on probe, notifier, network, let's get the timer stuff done. Oh wait, our planned over soft hierarchies. Okay, no, that's too. That's not what I want. I want something that is less. Something that's a bit less critical than that. Linux. Hold on. I don't think we want to allow unprivileged user space to mess with SMC. Apple might do that. I don't think that's a good idea. So that would have to be privileged. And the idea is that anything that actually is useful should have a driver that exposes unprivileged access. Yeah, so yeah, timers have like a high priority. I don't actually need that much. Yeah, I might just need a work queue. And then it can just reschedule itself until... Yeah. Yeah, I think we can just use a struct work. Yeah, it's like, I know it's not too scary, but still, that should be... The thing is, some of the fields might technically be read sensitive, I think, and I'm not sure how much of a good idea that is. Like I know, for example, some of the this, for example, doing this read actually enables critical shutdown notifications. So some things are read sensitive. Yeah, we probably just want to use init work and use a work struct. Yep, thanks, Apple. Let's call it debug log work, and then we can just init work on that. Power XMC debug work. And then I think schedule work will not reschedule that work, which is pretty much what I want. Yeah, so we can just use that. So that would be pretty simple. And then I need a kernel module argument that I can change at runtime. And I need a callback for that. How do I do that? Module param desk. I think you can do read and write handlers for these things. Yeah, so let's static bool. Let's go log power bool, and that'll be 644. Bool is fine, and then I think I might need the named thing. No, that's for the variable. Okay, that's not what I want. Is there no way to get a callback on module writes? I mean, on module param writes? Thought there was, but maybe not. Callbacks. Yes. That's what I want. Unless I just put this in debug.fs, which I also could. I'm not sure if that would actually be easier. There's enough of these, though. Yeah, so we need an op structure. Yeah, so we do param get bool is easy enough, and then we can do set. Okay, let's go Mac SMC log power set power ops, and when we give it the ops, and the actual argument is log power. Yeah. And then over here, I can just have this in over here or something. So I need module param. Is it module param? Or is that already? It's module param.h, but that might already be included by module h. Yeah, so I guess I don't need that. Log power ups. So we'll prefix that with Mac SMC. It's all static anyway. Log power set. And then I need the param get bool, which I assume is a thing. And set bool, yes. So that equals param set bool val kp. So set bool. And then if log power, then do a schedule work. Oh, but then there needs to be like a global. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of annoying. I guess it's not per instance. Yeah, I guess I need to keep a global for this, which is a bit sad, but what do I call this usually? Just power. And then we can just check for if we have G power, then G power debug log work. I don't remove. G power is null first before we kill anything else. And then here we do the same check. Okay. And then same as this one, log power set, debug work, struct work struct. Why is this parentheses over there? It shouldn't be there. If log power debug log work, and then we get the power out of the container, debug log work. And then I need to cancel work at the end if that happens on unload. Cancel work sync. Why do we have two of those? Like, cancel work? Like, will one of them cancel both? Okay, I guess we need to use... Then I need to schedule delayed work. And this is in jiffies. Oh, wait, is it totally a different structure? Oh, that's why, okay. So yeah, then I need delayed work. That's why. Debug log work, schedule delayed work. And then we can just log immediately the first time. Struct delayed work. Yeah, power log interval, and then we just say that here. Just hurts. Once per second sounds useful for what I'm trying to do here. And then I should do cancel delayed work. And also, well, the shutdown work shouldn't be running at this point, but I guess I might as well do that. Cancel work. Critical work. Should have been done like that before. And then in the actual function here, yeah. Okay. So here's where we actually do the debug prints. And that's pretty much just doing the reads. And get some ints. So the ones I want to log are let's call the actual useful names here. P bat P sys are the three most important ones. And maybe the battery charge. And the estimated remaining battery time to empty, I guess. So these are U16. And charge. That's U8, actually. And I'm just going to set them like that, and if the functions fail, I don't care. This is a debug command. tmt. Actually, these could be signed. I have S16s in the core, don't I? Yeah. So these could be considered -1, and that makes it easier. TMT to full. And then the capacity. And then we get the power sample, SMC, read, F32 scaled. And the power in is, where did I write that? PDTR apparently. P in, scaled by 1000. PSTR is PSys. And then I think the battery power had a float version that might be a bit easier to deal with, though it doesn't really matter. No, these are already scaled by that. B0AP. And that was actually already there. That is scaled by, yeah, it's in milliwatts, so we can just use that, and it's a S32 on that one, so... that's an S32. PBAT, TMTT full charge. What is BITV? Why is this here? No, that's just from below. And then we do print. I want to do print kit. No, dev. I want to use the device. Dev info. D dot percent O3D. Out percent D dot percent O3D. Watts. Or in just milliwatts actually, but it's nicer to have the dot in there, I think. In, out, that. How do I always... How do signs work in the mod operator? That always confuses me. So if it's negative, -1 divided by 3 is -1. And then it's -2. So I need to take the abs of the fractional part. Is there an abs in the kernel? Come on, tell me there's an abs in the kernel. Yeah, apparently. Yeah, it looks like it. So x divided by 1000, then it would be x abs x percent 1000, I think is what I want. Okay, the info power dev in D. What's percent d percent yeah, something like that. So then we say fd3 p in, fd3 p sys, fd3 p bat, fd and then just the charge, and then t full is greater than or equal to 0. Full okay, that might work. And of course, a lot of things are broken here. Init work, init delayed work. Work func t. Did I forget to declare that? No, it's declared work. Oh, no, wait. It delayed work. Work struct function. Oh, that is just work struct. Okay. So how does the function get the... How do I get the actual work out of that? Okay, it's just at the top. Container of work. Do I need the double container of or something? To delayed work is what I want. Yeah. To delayed work. Schedule delayed work. 0 is fine. And then non-void function, where? Oh, yeah, how does the... What are they supposed to return, the work functions? Oh, they're void. Oh, the set one. Yeah, okay. Just return 0. Okay, let's see if that works. Looks like it's getting there. And this is still logging. Now it's charged. Then the PSTR should be the same as PDTR. No, it's still a bit different, which means the battery claims to be at 100%, but it's still actually... Yes, it's still getting something because, battery controllers, which is fine. So quit and actually reboot that. And let's try the kernel, see what happens. Guest kernel. Yes, disable console suspend is what I want. And get an reference with firmware on there. And I can add the this right on there. Log power. Is that how you do it? I think it's just one kernel boost. Hey, Joey, thanks for the super chat. Okay, it is logging 90 watts. Oh, because the battery is also pulling charge now. Still, 33 watts is quite a bit. T full 1 minute. Yeah, sure. You can see it dropping as the battery charge current drops. And so let's see first how broken Suspend is right now. Good question is, what happens with work queue stuff during s2idle? I think it would just stay 63 watts now. Whoa, the desktop is kind of broken right now. What just happened? Okay, I think Jano just broke, like, color in DCP on internal displays completely on the latest version, because this is, like, very, very broken right now. Oops. It's, like, super black. So, yeah. When I'm looking at Suspend, well, we're going to ignore that particular thing right now. But let me ping him on IRC. Yeah, this is J314. And yeah, it's definitely very broken. But more interesting question is, what is actually using power here? Display brightness was a bit weird. Okay. Okay, CPUs are mostly idle. Where are we using 20 watts right now? That doesn't look right. Also, 60 watts in, 20 watt system, 20 watts battery. Where's the other 20 watts going? Did I mess up the float conversions or what? Because that doesn't look right. None of that looks right. Did I just get the wrong numbers or something? that looks right. Yeah, so I think I'm like mathing wrong or something because that does not make any sense. Um, reply data sent in an error. Well, that's unfortunate. That broke very badly, but I got something. I got PSTR at least and PDT. Oh yeah, because the SRAM address stuff broke. But at least I got this. Let's see if that adds up. Otherwise, my math is wrong. $10. I was saying 20. Okay, I'm off by a factor of 2. One of my exponent stuff is wrong. Is that exactly twice? I think so, yeah. Yeah, okay, I'm off by a factor of 2 in the math. Is it that 22? Yeah, it should be 23 because it's 23 bits of Mantissa and then one more for the implicit 1 bit. Yeah, that's why. Okay, kill that. That explains the weird powers. And that the battery one is correct. So system was 10 watts and then in is 30 watts. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. And 10 watts, I believe, for, with the screen on and everything. Wonder what the implications are for hacking, touching, and virtualizing newer macOS on normal computers. Not too much because it doesn't really matter much for the x86 Macs, I think. And for ARM Macs, you need virtual metal GPUs to run it. So there's a generic macOS image that runs fine in ARM VMs in single user text mode. Okay, that looks more reasonable now. That looks more like it. Wait, no, the SDDM screen looks fine. But then Katie, hold on. Yeah, so like, Jan, now the X11 works. The colors show up fine, but then KDE is like completely broken. So Wayland and X, I guess, configure different color modes or something like that, probably. Also, changing the brightness is very slow for some reason. Okay, so now we're now at 9 watts idle. That makes more sense. I mean, you can't virtualize the AJAX stuff. You'd have to like emulate the whole GPU. That's not very likely. Thing is, you have to use their virtual GPU stuff, which means you need to implement the metal. So, yeah, it's not going to be that easy. And try to figure out how sleep power works on these things. Okay, so how many watt hours does the battery have on these? So I can just get an estimate of 100 watt hour. Is that it? 16 inch? No, 14 inch is what I'm looking for. 70, is that right? Yes, 14 inch, 70 watt hours. So if we are at 10 watts, that's 7 hours. Okay, so if I close the lid, that should turn off the display controller and save us a bunch of power. Yeah. But not as much as I expected. So not 10 hours idle power. I expected better, because I know in the M1 Air we do a lot better than this. So I'm not so sure that sleep mode on this is actually using more power. I think something else is using more power here. Please check syskernel debug DRI and state. Okay, one sec. Ah. So this is the mode. AR30 little Indian. I wonder if it's literally just the M1 like CPU. Like maybe a lot of it is just quiescent current for the cores, though that would be a bit sad. I think I'll what numbers was I getting in Mini anyway? I was getting for PSTR before I was burning battery. So with everything turned off, after I fixed the rounding, and the one I'm looking for is system power, so 7 watts. And now I'm getting 9 watts with the screen on. Yeah, okay, so it's not something Linux is doing. It's just the base power. And I know some of these we can get from the CLVRs, which are actually the core. So it's possible this is just the missing deep sleep support. Because this has twice the performance core, so twice the quiescent current for that. If we're really just burning power there, maybe that's just it. Source temperatures. So if you have PC something. Oh, but maybe it only has powers for the currents for those, not sorry, voltages for those, not yeah. Hmm. So let's see where the power is going, actually. Looking at the powers here. PDBR 1 watt. DTR, that's the input, was it? HPC. Didn't I have one of those listed somewhere? Yeah, so MVC is low height iSense. MVR is high side. So 4 watts are going into 3v3 Aeon. Do the CLVRs... Okay, now I'm going to look at the datasheets. Not the datasheets, the schematics, because I actually have the 16-inch schematics, and it's pretty much the same thing. So the Monacos are the CLVRs. Those take power from one V8. I think all of them come from that. Yeah. This one CLVR. Do all of them come from that? Yeah. And I don't think we have current meters on that. What about paravirtualized macOS? Yeah, as I said, the thing is, if you want to run macOS, you need a paravirtualized GPU, which means you need Metal for that. Where does this come from? Actually, wait. There's an VDDH sense there. There's iSenses. Is this this is the Viper controller thing? Yeah, so Viper is like the main power stage. And that's all coming from, yeah. One V8 S1 VRH. Yeah, so there's two of those, and those will pull from one PPPV in one VH, but that's going to be one of the like. Okay, high side. So we have the 180 high side, and that comes from PP bus. Okay, so that comes straight from the power supply. And I think this is like the full, whatever battery voltage is going on there. So are there any... Yeah, this one doesn't mention any SMC stuff, but a bunch of the power is going to be going into this. And if it's not 3v8, as I think the PMU is running for 3v8, so that means we have... let's see if we can get something to add up here. We got... Total system power is 7 watts. And that just about adds up to those two added together or so. So PHPC... I was writing this down somewhere and I like totally lost the file. Okay, I'm just write it down at the end here. So PMVC is low side power, and PMVR will be high side power. Yeah, so these two are the 3.8 volts. And I bet PHPC is that VDDH. And we can find out by looking at the voltage for that. If I... Oh, we only have HPC. Okay. Interesting. I don't know what that is. PHPC and SPHPM also. Okay, so we're gonna find out from the burn CPU thing. So here it was this. So that's not burning power. And then if I... That was without burning power, was it? I think so. Yeah, that was just when I fixed the stuff before I told it to use power. And then when I started burning power, is that here? Not yet. Was it? There's a first burn CPU here, okay. So this is with the power burning. And that didn't work because I unplugged it. There was burn CPU again, then I ran it again, and then I had, yes, PDBR, PPBR. Okay, so I don't have to fix the, it's not consistent. PDBR 0.73, PDTR 0.21. Okay, these are the same. Yeah, so PHPC is a lot higher because that's the CPUs. And the others don't really change that much. A little bit higher because of probably some auxiliary stuff. Yes, so PHPC is definitely the... I think... Actually, is the eCPU also here, or does that come from... The PMIC master has... switcher output, so it would definitely be a switcher for the... I mean, the VDDIO comes from here, so that some of the power could come from that. And the master bucks... Okay, eCPU, yeah. Yeah. So the E-cores are powered through the PMU. Might just start calling them clovers. The clovers are only for the GPU and A&E and the fabric and stuff. So yeah, that means we're burning this extra power here. The extra 200 milliwatts is probably all the E-cores because they probably don't use that much power. And then and also one E-core is always going to be burning power in Mini anyway. And then, yeah, here we're eating another 7 watts in P-cores. Wait, why did DTR go low? Did I just mess that up? Copy-paste? Oh, no, that's the input power because I unplugged the input at that point, yes. So yeah, that makes sense. So it's going to say PHPC is CPU power. And then PMVC and PNVR are the 3V8 Aeon, and those are the PMUs. Because I know those come from that, I'm pretty sure. I got a bucks. PVDD. There's a bunch of separate things. So I think those are all from the 1v8. Sorry, 3v8 or whatever that was. Oh, no, sorry, that's an output. Did I do backwards? Oh, sorry, yeah, those are outputs. The input is in VN here. And VN is VDD, buck, whatever. Yeah, 3v8 A on NPMU, yes. And I know those have current sensors on them. So there should also be separate ones for that. I think. Yes. So there should be powered specifically for the NPMU and SPMU that we can get at. Do I not have that? I mean, there's definitely sensors for that. There's definitely sensors for that. Which one is it? Maybe only the master one has that. No, there's an SPMU there. Yeah, no, it's in there. So we should have powers for both of those. It's probably these, PPMC and PPSC. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. And they probably add up to about, whatever that was, the MVR, PMVC, 4 watts, and here we have, like, what, 2 plus, yeah, 3 watts, and then there's other stuff running off of that bus, so that makes sense. So let's add those to the list, because it'll be useful to see where the power goes. Clover, and 3v8 on then. This is P3v8, NPMU, SPMU, and then bat and charge. Oh, Clover. It's me a long log line, but. And then we just get those. So get 3v8, Clover, NPMU, and SPMU. And those should be PPMC, PPSC. And not all machines are going to have these, so some of the it will just be 0, but I don't care. HPC should be the clovers. And then the 3v8 was I guess I want the Hisense for that. PMVR. Because that's closer to the actual power consumption. Yeah, that should work. What's PSVR? 9 watts. Are those the PMUs? No, that doesn't make sense. Those 14 watts. Those do add up, but that doesn't make sense because then the clovers are also part of that. And clovers plus PMVR does add up to the battery power-ish. I wonder what PSVC is then. And PSVR. And it sounds like master voltage regulator and slave voltage regulator, but then that doesn't add up to the total power here. Yeah, so PSV sounds like the slave, because those M2R doesn't have a slave PMU. I think. Oh, but maybe it's the clovers, because the M1 and the M2 doesn't have the clovers. And we said that was HPC and then PSVR. So maybe SVR refers to the clovers. So we have 14 watts. And it'll be 453 plus 922, so 1370 or something, 1460. Yeah. PHPC does show up on the M2 and it's going to the CPU utilization. So maybe PSVR is the clovers. And then PHPC might be specifically the CPU, and maybe it's calculated by adding, in this case, the clovers to some PMU outputs. That would make sense. Because then the P ends up like the processor, right? Okay, so then I think PMVR is the high side 3v8. And then PSVR is probably, and PSVC is probably high and low side. Actually, do we have PSV something? Where was I? We don't. VSVR 1.8 volts. Yes. So that's the 1.8 volt bus, and then PSVR and PSVC are the like high side and low side of that. So those are the clovers. Which is why they're not on the M2. Which means PHPC is probably the CPUs in general. I call them the CLV, the clovers, the CLVRs, the coupled inductor voltage regulator. And then PPMC, PPSC, I'm pretty sure they are actually the PMUs. You can send one-time donations on GitHub sponsors. So yeah, I think PHPC makes sense as like CPU power consumption. Yeah, do you have a P key that correlates with GPU power? I don't know yet, but probably, yeah. The GPU should be off at this point, so there's probably there's HPC, there's probably something here, yeah. There's a lot of zeros, right, for things that are probably just turned off at this point. So these could be, for example, the 2 GPU powers or something like that. PHPC, there's PHPM and PHPS. Those could be related to like different components, like PHPC CPU, PHPM maybe something else, and then S could be, I don't know, graphics or A&E or something. I think I had some GPU stuff in my... no, just temperatures. VGDR is GPU vSense. And we know those are Monacos, but... yeah, there's probably something there, but... How do you get the attention of kernel maintainers? Keep sending the patch, I guess. So, yeah, okay, we'll go with that. And that should be enough info. Okay, 1 second. Well, that compiles, so let's take a break. Okay, let's reboot that. But yeah, it still looks high. I mean, it's not impossible for uh, the PCBs to end up using more power. But let's try a couple of things first. Okay, so now we have some nice stats here. Hey, now CPU 4 watts? What? No, wait, it was, yeah. Um, Interesting. These were like totally different, but I think this is just lag from the measurements being taken at different times because that doesn't make sense. Let me try some benchmark keychain things. So if I do task set, put this on the E course. Let me turn off the display. How do I do that? Somehow Kitty is very slow now sometimes. Like it's something is weird. Uh, I'm not sure how happy I am with the Clover and CPU numbers being so different, though. I know this overhead from the conversion, but let's. Okay, so if I burn some eCore, CPU went up, but Clover did not go up. So that does make sense. That these two get like this and the eCore power get added together into CPU. Yeah, I think that makes sense. So, and if I do two of these, then we should get a bit more of that. Maybe. No, not sure why that didn't quite. Yeah, but it did go up to 5 watts. And then if I make this, put this on the other CPUs, yeah, then the Clover power shoots up. And if I give it even more, then I'm really burning power on the Clovers, yeah. Okay, so this does add up. It's just the averaging is different or something, but yeah, I mean, I think I have these right. And the MPMU and SPMU do make sense. They go up a bit when I burn P-core power, but not that much. And then the E-cores are on the MPMU, I think. So if I put stuff on there, then we see that shoot up. Yes. Okay, so I think this makes sense. And 3v8 went up because that's the total of the PMUs and other random system stuff. The display power is on what? Apparently on none of these, because that probably comes straight from the battery rails. So there's 9 watts now. If I set it to 0, goes down to 8.8 watts. That's not much of a difference. Oh, because this is the micro LED screen, and since everything is so dark, it's not actually using any power. I'm gonna pull some white on there, and you'll see. How do I change the color scheme? Yeah, that's more like it. Like, yeah, now it's like, uh, 12 watts. And if I go back to the black screen, it's Yeah, 9 watts. Yeah, so that's that tracks. Uh so now the question is anything gonna get worse when I sleep it? So let me let it settle down a bit, just make a little mark here so I know where I am. Then sleep. Oh, didn't I have no console suspend? Oops. I still got some numbers there. And it does kind of look like it got worse. So I'm not sure. Didn't I boot this with no console suspend? Oh, it's disable. Okay, I got it wrong. Okay, let's just reboot. Fix that. No console suspend. How many watt hours the battery to these MacBooks? This one has 70 watt hours ish. Okay. Okay. Sleep. And the power did not go up. It actually went down a little bit. But the CPU power went up from 3 watts to 6 watts. So yes, we have a CPU Oh, by the way, this is with the hypervisor also. Remember, the hypervisor is also going to make everything a lot worse. So that's also expected. However, what just happened now? Why are we burning more CPU than before going into sleep mode? That's not supposed to happen. So what is it doing? Zero's idle, one's idle. I get the feeling we have like an interrupt storm or something. 3's idle. Actually, 4i in range 10 do CPU I BT. Not do. It's just this is Python. The CPUs are idle right now. See if I can catch it doing something. Oh, I actually have an idea. Is this about CPU frequency? Is it because it puts the CPUs... Oh, it should still be clock gated though, but... Okay, let me look at the cluster registers. Fast CPU. CPU P states. Where was that? CPU these states or something? There should be these at 220. 64, I think, for that. So that one is in P state 1, which is what you want. 11E. Oh, look at that. And it's stuck there. Maybe that's the problem, that it like goes into a higher P state because it's processing for sleep. What was the set thing on that? Because that would explain a lot. Though, I mean, normally you would think that by powering down the CPUs, this doesn't matter anyway. But obviously, if you're in sleep mode, you probably would want any kernel wake-ups to use the minimum amount of power. So we'll see if this fixes it. I need... what's that thing? 125, yeah. Foof, and then that. And look, the CPU power just went down. Well, now we know what's going on with suspend mode. And now we have 5 watts, which means we are at more than 10 hours of sleep. And I think that's reasonable for the... considering we don't have the actual deep idle that turns them off. Okay, so now we know what the problem is. In s2idle mode, CPU freak leaves the CPUs at full speed. So there's your problem. No, in deep idle it shouldn't matter anyway, but because they're going to wake up for interrupts and things, eventually we probably just make sure the P cores are turned off in s2idle. But yeah, we need to fix this. Another question is, what's the right way of doing this? Can we just use the suspend and resume callbacks in the CPU frequency driver? Probably. Yeah. Another question is, can we even get PM flags on this? Because this is a special CPU freak driver. And honestly, this should be core functionality in CPU freak. It should just have a thing, like... Oh, suspend frequency. Well, there is a thing already. Uh-huh. Well, I just need to set that then. And that's per policy. Okay, so then it's just going to be the lowest one. Well, that's easy. CPU freak, init. We get the policies here. Yeah, and who calls that? Okay, it does have a suspend and resume. I don't think we need to set sleep freak on resume though. So just suspend is fine. And then we set the suspend frequency to the lowest one. Yep, that makes sense. Okay, let's see if that fixed it. That was easy. Reboot that. So I bet that was all the problem we had with Suspend eating more power than it should. So another thing that we should do, where possible, is actually turn off interrupt delivery to the PCPUs when suspended, which would go in the ASC driver. There's different ways of doing that, depending on which ASC version it is, though. So I might leave that for later. That's probably a relatively minor change in suspend power because it only affects actual interrupts. So let's see how we're doing now. It says something very laggy about KD here. I don't know if it's one of the DCP patches or what, but like it's just extremely laggy right now to even open the menu. And then there's some glitches going on. Something regressed badly here. I don't know if it's just DCP or something else too. But yeah. I mean, maybe it's just the hypervisor, but anyway, we're at 9 watts. Sleep. That's much better now. The CPUs are about where the same as before because we're still not really using them, but is that the same I got before the reboot? Yeah, 4.8 watts. 4.8 watts. Okay. I think we fixed the suspend power thing. So we're at 4.8 watts of system power. 2.3 watts of that is going into the PMUs. 1.7 watts of that is going into the CPUs, which makes sense. So that's because we don't have deep idle. And yeah, then the M2 reports 3 watt idle with display on. Yeah, so like 4.8 watts I'll buy for, the fact that these CPUs are going to leak more power when idle and there's twice as many P cores, and also the overhead of the voltage regulators. Any plans to test for regressions with the farm eventually? Yeah, but it's a bit tricky to test like power-related regressions, so I'll have to figure something out. MPMU, and then yeah, so in this case the SPMU is using a lot of power. I wonder what runs off of that. And system 3v8 2.3, Clover 1.7, so 3 watts, and then we have 1.8 watts of something. So eventually we'll have to figure out where that comes from. But we're still doing pretty good. But now we have a baseline, 4.1, 4.12 watts. Though keep in mind again, that's with the hypervisor being stupid, so it's going to be less. But we want to see if we can improve this in this context anyway. Let's see, 4.81. Oh look, 4.8 exactly now. So we'll just keep that there as a note, and then see about adding more things. So one thing I wanted to see if we can sleep DCP entirely, though I'm not sure if that's going to help much, but we're going to try. Drivers, GPU, DRM, Apple, and also the GPU, but I think I'll leave that to Lena. Let's see about DCP.c. Is that in IOMFB or where is that? Apple driver, I think. Yeah, so that has the PM sleep stuff, which, by the way, there's a way of doing this without the if defs, I think. Yeah, there's a thing for PM ops. Simple def PM ops, I guess. Or something. PM pointer? The grub boot up screen gets displayed instead of KD after suspend? I've never seen that. Oh, I just got the kernel screen. Oh, okay, now it's really broken. Okay, yeah, resume is also... Something weird happened now on resume. System djournal dumped to core? What? Okay, something went very wrong here. And this used to work. Yeah, no, okay, something, but, like, this was working, at least on some machines before. SDM is running, Xorg is running... Where? Like, it claims to be running, but I don't see it in any TTY. So what's going on there? Hold on. Oh, and of course USB is dead. Oh, that we know happens. And now it got very stuck when trying to log in. Okay, why are there... There's an old plasma there. Okay, something went very wrong here on Suspend with plasma and, like, the screen. Now I get a black screen when trying to start Plasma. Yeah, why? It's like this session just disappeared. What TTY is that? It says TTY2 now. But like, oh, and it just died. Okay, something went very wrong here. Why is Kwin Wayland still running? I mean, they die, so... Okay, now it comes back. So it's like Katie loses the screen. On sleep. And I saw it go into text mode while sleeping, which I don't think is supposed to happen. Unless this is the no console suspend. Oh, this is just... Isn't no console suspend breaking this? It might just be no console suspend breaking this. And I came back. And I went to the unlock screen. Maybe it's just no console suspend broke this. I'm not sure. But that was weird. Just try again. It seems to be working now. This is like the first time it broke. It's kind of weird. Also, USB survived this time, or at least came back. Yeah, it's working fine now, but like the first time it broke, so that's weird. I'll have to look at that, but also in general, the DCP stuff I'm going to be messing with. So let me find the ups on this. What was the right way of doing this? Something like that. And then how do you use this? Trigger WDT suspend, WDT resume. Yeah, PM sleep pointer. That should work. And so now where do I actually want to sleep this? Probably in the DPMS case, actually. So not actually adding sleep ops for DCP, but rather if we do... IMFV shutdown, set power state. Yeah. So DCP power off. Does the set power state. Waits for that. Yeah. And yeah, so I guess in this case, we want to actually suspend RTKit. I do wonder how these functions get called, like in what order, and whether it makes sense to just use the DCP ones or like runtime power management or something like that. Maybe they should use runtime PM and then just keep a reference to the DCP, and then that way other endpoints can also do that. Which might make more sense than just like statically doing. Yeah, I think runtime PM makes more sense for this. So then this needs a runtime PM implementation that just uses RTKit. So let's see if that works. If we can use runtime PM for this. So simple PM is name suspend. Define def PM ops. Then we can have runtime PM ops. So where's that? Done. Okay, that just does it statically. What's the difference with set and... I guess we use that. Not in platform. This goes in No, this is DCP. Why is that Apple platform driver? Isn't that this one? Okay, yeah, that was copy paste. How do I do the PM def pointer thing? PM sleep pointer, I guess? Is that what it is? Oh, yeah, I guess. Well, not PM sleep. In this case, it's I need the runtime PM stuff, so just PM pointer, I guess. Guess it's for runtime PM. Well, this one's fine to sleep because someone's only sleep, but DCP needs runtime PM. PM pointer, DCP PM ops. Define runtime PM ops. Yeah, something like that. Do I want set runtime PM ops or do I want or do I want the universal one? Maybe I want universal. I'm not sure. Because I don't necessarily want to always runtime PM this, because if it's not actually suspended by the parent device, then doing that is a bad idea. So I'm not sure if I actually want that. Let's see what that does, actually. Team runtime for suspend. What does that do? Yeah, I don't think we actually want this. Because that, we don't want to force it. So we want set runtime PM ops. And then let's add those here. So the way you use those is just struct device, yeah. And you do need maybe unused on these, I guess. Also on this one. Runtime resume. Just get it some noisy there. And let's see what the order of operations is here. So we want that, and we want Apple driver does sorry, IOMMU does all that stuff here. Let's do that here. DCP power off done. And DCP, I also need to use the dev there. I didn't do that. Yeah. And DCP power on. Starting power on. So then we need to enable Runtime PM on this. How do we do that? There was a nice guide for this somewhere. We had some stuff using Runtime PM. What was it? Huh. I forgot what it was. Other than the actual P manager thing. Oh, print suspend and resume, sorry. Resume. Spy has. Oh, right, yeah, the spy and escorts. I don't know if escorts has it, but spy should have it. Driver spy. Spy Apple. No, but this uses auto runtime PM though. Yes, I probably want those anyway. Set active. Okay, so we do that at the end. These interfaces are so complicated. Okay, so get sync and put is what I want. Okay, there's a better one for that. Resume and get. Which is apparently not documented? What? Well, that's lovely. It'd be nice to have like an example flow of how this is supposed to work. Actually, because this is using wake here, we could probably just automatically do that. How do I make sure it stays enabled so it doesn't go into the... That's not the main drivers that use this. Yeah, it does resume and get immediately. Let's just try using resume and get after enable like this and see what actually happens. Does this use set active? No. Does that mean that it's going to auto suspend and then resume? Or is it going to just call resume? Because then if it calls resume, that's actually what we want. Let's just see what that prints. It's easiest thing to do is just test and see what happens. Probe done. Okay. 3.6 FFAC was one time code I wrote. Yeah, I know the spy thing, right? Oh yeah, yeah, but the TTY thing is weird. The TTY is there's some weirdness there. But maybe the probe stuff is useful. In serial probe, yeah, get no resume, then set active, then enable is probably what we want. Yeah. So this would be the right thing if we keep that wake function, but I might want to not care. Then I can just remove that. So let's see what happens if I do this sequence. If I do runtime resume and get... I also want to use the devm stuff, so... Linux PM runtime. Why is that... What? Why is that not using brackets? Why is this not sorted alphabetically? Yeah, I guess this needs some cleanup. I am not in Spain. I am in Japan. No return statement. Type mismatch conditional. Oh, yeah, and then turn 0 on that. Wait, OF table pointer, what? Comma. So let's see what we get. Hopefully it doesn't break. It might break though, because then the power domains might totally mess up. Let's see what happened. So when that loaded, Apple DCP, we didn't get any runtime PM calls. Where did the probe happen there? DCP. Okay, so it's doing a runtime resume for me. After enabling runtime PM. So that's actually what I want if I move the RTKit resume in there. And then are we ever actually suspending? Probably not, because I did the set active. Yeah, resume and get. So this is doing a get, so it's staying there. Which is fine. Yeah, so we basically want to move the wake stuff to the runtime PM. And in this case, we should assume the DCP probably has the screen powered on startup, so this is correct. And then that means that I need to have a flag somewhere for when it is safe to where is this declared? Apple DCP is in what file? Upper CRTC, is this in the DCP internal? Yeah. There's an active flag, but I'm not sure if that's what we want. Are we using that? IOMFB uses that. Is that what I want to use? No, that's for when it's actually booted. That's not what I want. let's call it awake. So we can just say DCP awake equals true. Make a comment here. So then I can move the RTKit wake into the runtime PM stuff. Actually, no, we're going to leave it here for now and just print stuff. So resume and get will imply that that is there. And then in DCP, in IOMFB, I need to start using runtime PM properly. So if shutdown, not shutdown. There's a start RTKit. Oh, that's for the first thing. Yeah. Do we need to do that every time the endpoint? I think we need to do that every time. There's a DCP start, and that gets called by platform, I think. The linking between files here is a bit weird. So active gets set. After is main display, which gets called from the init stuff. That's a chain after it's all started. DCP started. Start signal, yeah. So I guess we need something else there. So then in DCP, yeah, so in DCP starting, just say IOMMU start equals true. It just sets the shemem and everything. And is that in here? Where does that come from? Okay, that's an internal, so we should have access to that. So we can just open code that. Why is that no return value on that? Linux. Drivers, sock, apple, RTKit.c. Start EP should return int. We do have that. We should be checking that. And also in send message. Oh, that doesn't even have an error return? That's not good. Because that can fail, actually. Although we don't always do it here, we should. Yeah, the error checking here is kind of all over the place. Okay. We'll fix that some other day, but yeah. So in IOMFB, in shutdown, not IOMFB shutdown, power off. So if we get as far as here, if DCP, what did I call that? Awake. Then we do PM runtime put. Put auto suspend, probably. Put sync auto suspend, I guess. That's not to be sync in this case, but what's the difference there? Put auto suspend, put sync. Which one's which? Da, 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 da. Yeah, so we can mark last busy here. And then we can set auto suspend delay. There's something reasonable in the beginning. Dev delay is in milliseconds. Yeah. So dev 100 milliseconds or something should be fine for most purposes. Let's just say 50. Do I also need to enable it with that? I guess. Yeah. So if awake and put auto suspend, I guess. Yeah, I think we just call this. I don't think it's ever supposed to fail. But we can just check that. DCP dev equals 0. And then in power on, if it's not awake, in runtime, we need to get sync on that. DCP dev does not equal 0. This should really be returning to resume DCP. Okay, this driver needs a lot of cleanups. There's like, yeah. If not awake, return that. Otherwise, true. So that just makes sure we always nest these functions properly, which is what we want. Error for that. So that should give you an idea of whether auto suspend works when the thing actually turns the screen off. And then I also need to do gets and puts around commands and stuff like that. So that's the right way to do that. As TCP send message, which definitely should wake it up. And where is that used in IOMFV? In push, in ACK, and in start RTKit, and in ACK. It's a pop depth there. So how do I know when the cookie is finished? Cookies, depth, callbacks, left output, depth. Yeah. So I guess I want to check the depth. Cookies handle ACK. Yes, so probably check for depth 0 here, and if so, mark it for auto suspend. That would make sense. Or we just increase and decrease everywhere anyway. Yeah, the error handling really isn't great here. Because that's getting called all of those. Push depth. So it should be 0. You can just use that to check on DCP channel. And this can just check on the channel here. So if the channel is not busy, then we resume it, which means all these variables need to go somewhere else, because kernel coding style is silly. If not busy, then we need to runtime PM. And not power off, power on. And we don't set awake there, that just gets like that. And DCP push. And handle ACK after the callback. If the channel is not busy. And we do the put auto suspend thing. So that should take care of, we need to mark last busy there. That should take care of keeping DCP awake around random calls. So we're not actually doing the RTKit suspend right now, but let's see if that actually works. Duplicate memory. Did I just copy paste something there? Oh yeah, I had done that. Header test. This needs PM runtime. Push depth. Okay. I think I just broke DCP very badly. So it's fine there. Failed to resume DCP. Why? What does that return? Oh, okay. 0 on success one if it's already active, or error code on failure. So less than 0 is what I want there. Yes. Can we just switch everything to Rust? I'm tempted to rewrite this entire driver in Rust or something. This driver would actually benefit from being written in Rust significantly with all the error handling and everything that's going on. Okay, now it worked. But I think it got a failed to suspend or something. Failed to suspend DCP, okay. Same story. This has to be less than 0. Oh, just that one, okay. Have I written Rust before? I wrote the mini Rust chain loader stuff with some help. Which is in like February this year or something like that. What just happened? That was weird. Oh, I think I just got a bad kernel. Doesn't finish building. Yeah, I was asking her for help, yeah. She's pretty deep into Rust. Okay, I think that's good. So we had a suspend and resume. PM usage count underflow. Okay, that's wrong. What did I do wrong here? We did a resume. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. If it's not busy, we suspend. Is there other pop depth? Oh, handle ACK and also ACK? Oh, hmm. Maybe the push def and yeah, that was okay. Yeah, but the callbacks shouldn't matter. In this case, it just acts like synchronously, so... we have the channels, commands, and callbacks, yeah. But async is the only one that actually matters for when it wakes us up. And it really shouldn't be getting async stuff when everything else is idle. So I'm not sure what happened there. Pop depth. I guess we can do that thing in the... and push depth in the callbacks. Okay, let's see. Let's look from the top. Okay, so this is all the chain stuff with the axe. So why are we underflowing here? Channel becomes idle sleeping. Channel was idle waking up, yeah? Also, I messed up CB and ACK. Let's call it CB. And then it becomes idle. So why are we not waking up again? Can I print these or something? Context. Context. And then it wakes up a bunch. Something's weird here. Um, Something is very weird here. Let's see. Okay. Channel 2 was idle, waking up. Bunch of callbacks. Why has channel 0 become idle on callback channel? I'm missing something here. I am missing something here, or something is very broken. One of those. Where is this stuff? So 0 is callback. Return false for deferred ACK. Oh, okay, because of... Okay, we switch the channel while that happens, but I thought I'm matching these with the pop depth and push depth. I mean, that means we're sending... Oh, because the callback sends the ACK. And since the callback sends the ACK... okay, I get it, yeah. Yeah, the driver was reverse engineered by not looking at the driver at all, so... We make up the enums. For this one, we did use the symbols to get the prototypes for the RPC calls for these things. But we didn't look at the code at all. And we don't have the enums, so you just have to make those up. Those aren't actually in the symbols either, so. Okay, I think I fixed it. Yeah, I think we fixed the underflow. So now the question is... Well, first of all, it's going to spam like hell if I log in. Yeah, when I move the mouse and everything. So if I close the screen... Hey! We get a runtime suspend. And then if I open it and hit a button, we get a runtime resume and a pink screen. Yes, things are clearly broken here in other ways. Something regressed really badly with this kernel that has nothing to do with what I'm doing now. Because this was not broken like this before. Unless this is Mesa being weird here, but I don't think so. Okay, that looks like it works. Let's get rid of the debugs there. Those are not necessary anymore. And then I can put the actual RTKit stuff in there. So do RTKit wake, resume. So we need to get the Apple DCP from that. Is this actually supposed to be detonated? I don't think we can ever fail RTKit wake with probe defer. So this is just also that pointer error is wrong also. No, that is right. It's just the second one was wrong. Yeah. Someone needs to review this driver. There's a lot of broken here. Okay. If ret, return ret. Assuming, yeah. For it to wake up. RTKit. Okay, I don't know what's broken, but something's broken. So I don't know. I need to see what Mesa have installed, but I think it wasn't anything weird. Are you using the thing I pushed a little bit ago? Is it maybe I just messed up the merge or something, but and then the actual RTKit so you want to call shutdown or quiesce. I think we want shutdown in this case because we actually want to shut down the DCP. I think. And then in wake, I think we need to start the endpoint again. So we need to check for that. Start endpoint. if where was that? IOMFB started. Failed to start the endpoint after wake. Now where am I? Ret undeclared. Platform. It's not platform. It's just yeah. Let's just get derp data, I guess, or something. Yeah, just get derp data on suspend and resume. And I should probably print some stuff here. And then we can make sure that sleep actually sleeps it and doesn't rely on the auto suspend timeout actually timing out. So I don't know if I need force sleep for that, but I don't really want to force sleep it because that might break. It's more like if you're going to auto suspend, then please sleep now. So I'm not sure. I need to check what the logic is for that. But for now, let's just run that. Okay. Does the backlight brightness on resume thing get fixed if we clear CPU run also? I just got a pink flip. File system mounted a / not responding. Okay, something's weird here. I don't know what it is. Okay, let me just try. Maybe it's just a hypervisor. Screen off. Okay, that put the DCP to sleep. That's good. Open it up. Hit a button. DCP power on starting. That did not work. But we probably need to clear and turn on CPU run again or something. The first wake did work, because it did wake up. What is minus 62? Is that a timeout? Yeah, timeout. Okay, so I think we need to clear CPU run and turn it on again, probably. Yeah. RTKit init we can do before the CPU run thing, I think. Yeah, because that just gets the mailbox in, so that's fine. And then we can just put these things around the enable and disable. Which are here. And tilde. CPU control is where U32. Yeah. Okay, so screen off. Back on. That did not work. This is not working. Seems like it's just dying. Hello. So yeah, that doesn't work. I guess try with a DCP tracer. Keep forgetting how to do this. Oh no, those are the boot args. Oh, yeah, because no dash in this case. And that now. 1 sec, I'll be right back while it reboots. Okay, back. Is that up to date? Okay, so that's doing its thing. Let's see what happens when I turn the screen off. I check with General Control XC. The RTKit daemon misbehaves at boot. What does that have to do with this? I don't think it's that. It's supposed to be slow now because tracer. Okay, so now, yes. We got the IOP power on the axe. CPU control is 0. Yeah, and we just call that and it dies. Do you know what shutdown type it uses? Does it use shutdown or... It shouldn't be used quiesce if it's turning off the CPU run bit, right? Do you have a trace of it doing the CPU control? Though that invalidate stream bothers me. Are you breaking the dart or something? Yeah. Uh... It's got stuff. Where did the shared memory buffer end up? FFFF 8000. One if 0 FF. Oh, is that that's the offset, right? Yeah. So FFF 8000 FFFE is a shared memory DVA. Yeah, this stuff. Wait, FFE? No, we're missing stuff, aren't we? Oh no, FFE0. Just copy some stuff there, make sure it makes sense. Syslog is as if 8000. Why did the syslog buffer disappear? The shared memory is there, but the syslog buffer disappeared. Is it supposed to do that? Re-init does that. Shutdown calls re-init. Are we really supposed to free the syslog buffer? This is a locally built kernel. Inside DCP data? What? No, it gets sent. The syslog buffer gets sent by the host. Maybe the CPU controller needs to be turned off before that. But still, no. Then again, we're not getting any darts errors, right? Was that dump all or show all? Show, what was it? Print all? Dump race. Yeah, that doesn't look like an actual fault happened. I don't know what you're talking about. What about the shutdown manager? Uh, and it's only stream 0, right? Which has a valid TTBR. How do we shut down? Don't we do we do DCP shutdowns in Mini and stuff? Now we also do a pmanager reset. Do we need to do that? Do we know if Apple does a pmanager reset on DCP? Or maybe it just does a quiesce instead of a shutdown? I have only the DCP log. I think I've never seen macOS do an actual like sleep. And we weren't clearing the CPU run bit here. So this is using sleep state 1. Yeah, that's what we do. Okay, hold on. We do have a pmanager reset. It's my kernel branch, which is currently based on 6.1, yes. Okay, that brought it back. So maybe we actually need to do that. Does macOS do that? Yeah, but we don't know if it does a pmanager reset, right? Maybe it does that. Stops all endpoints and clear CPU run. Well, we don't stop all endpoints. Do we? Yeah, we don't stop all endpoints, so that's probably not a good idea. You have the endpoints bitmap there. In Renit, we also clear the endpoints. Then in EP map, we said that. Yeah, we should be doing that. So then maybe we need to stop the endpoint. Which we don't even have a stop EP function, do we? I got a log. Oh, it does set AP power and then stops everything and then sets IOP power. Well, that's interesting. Okay, so there's a thing there. So it doesn't stop the. It doesn't actually stop the endpoints. It's just doing a very specific thing on the actual endpoints, right? So A487 and but these are all the funny endpoints though. These aren't actually. These aren't actually the DCP EP. It doesn't do anything with DCP EP. Oh, but it's sending IOP power to 201. That 2 is interesting. We're not doing that. So that's a flag or something. Huh. I wonder what that flag does. But apparently there's a reason to split these also, so that's kind of interesting. And it's not quiesced, it's actually sleep that we're using here. Oh no, sorry, that's for AP. AP is quiesced. But then we want sleep with the other thing, yeah. I would love to know what that flag means. Let's just try that. And then I don't actually need the stop endpoints thing. Oh, you actually got a resume out of it? Wait, isn't the resume what I just saw here? It should just be what I saw here, right? And then DCP EP just starts sending commands. And it actually doesn't have to start endpoint anymore. Does it? Oh, no, these adding endpoint are the endpoint starts, aren't they? Yeah, I think so. No, that happens on EP map. Okay, so it doesn't start the endpoints because we do log those as starting endpoint something. Okay. Last thing it actually does on ECVP is A500, for which we have no symbol. We have more than one A500 though. And then there's a 242 there. Oh, it's just an ACK, isn't it? Yeah. Not sure why there is a resume in... Resume? What do you mean? Looks like it sleeps it and then resumes it and then sleeps it again. And both times we got the A500. No, we didn't get that both times. This time we didn't get it. That came later. Okay. Let me just try with that flag and see if that fixes anything. Maybe it's like a no reset flag or something like that. Because it's not re-knitting the endpoints. I also tried sleeping it now, and that didn't actually suspend DCP. Wait, the mouse is still moving. What? Oh, okay. Something weird happened. Something very broken. Oh, some devices failed to suspend NVMe. Okay, so NVMe really didn't like that. Okay, let's try again and only suspend that. Okay, now it did that. Oh, wait. Set AP power? What just happened there? Failed to shut down RTKit. Okay, what just happened there? Oh, because the ACK wasn't... Okay, yeah, that needs to be a flag. Obviously. Oh, no, the ACK here does come back with 201. Okay, that's... Oh, 1, not 10. Okay. Why is this stuff also, inconsistent? I think we have to change these APIs to just let you specify exactly what states you're in, because... we need another function now. Let's call that deep sleep. Call this sleep with 201. Sleep, retain state. Okay, you're getting confused. This RTKit has nothing to do with the systemd RTKit. They are two completely different RTKits. So yes, RTKit has nothing to do with this. Maybe we should call this idle. I'll call this Apple RTKit idle. We don't reinit in this case, because I don't think we want to reinit. We're just going to do the hello and hello X stuff, which is fine. Did I copy this twice or something? Oh, I think I messed up. One key, yes. Oh, I did have two paste and two shut. Okay, I just copied and pasted too much. What are the main roadblocks for connecting some AMD GPU over PCIe? That these devices do not support mapping PCIe memory as normal memory. So a bunch of things are going to break and you're going to need some kind of emulation in the kernel. Okay, let's try that. That just didn't even reply. Why didn't it even reply? And also, why am I setting I'm not returning here. It's the exact same message and it's not working. Is it because of this yeah, so all this stuff matches. It's the notify hot plug gated. Okay, this power state notify, yes. What about this ack command? Why are we not waiting on the shutdown command? Oh, there is an A500. Okay, yeah. So what is that? With a 0. Is that just new? Will it work on being practical performance-wise? I'm not sure. Depends on the app you're running, I think. But it's also a giant thing in the kernel that will probably never go upstream. So, I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of a mess. You don't have an A500 anywhere? No, we don't. I guess that was added in some version before the one we started shipping, because we looked at DCP quite a bit back. Yeah, I think that was just added. And it looks like it just takes a single argument. And it always just gets 0 as input. Okay, let's just guess. Was there any reply from that? No. And it's a U8, I guess. Well, it could just be U32. Yeah, you just use that. How does the A32 stuff work? Yeah, so I guess the DCP power off, then I should have like a DCP sleep or something. No prototypes here? Internal. I think it doesn't need to be exported because these are the same module, I think. Yeah. Well, maybe I should just call this from the DCP power off call anyway. Because when it wakes up, no, but it does call it then, yeah. It wakes up, does something, get display size, and then it does the A500 again. So I guess we do need the A500 every time. So in power off and sleep, we just get the argument. ECP wait cookie, I guess. Can we do asynchronous calls, or is there some... Can I see my kernel tree somewhere? It's on the Asahi Linux GitHub. It's basically the same as set power state anyway, so I think I can just reuse that. DCP wait cookie. No wrappers for synchronous calls? I mean, that's what I'm using, wait cookie, but... they all have the same. This is what I need, right? The problem is that this is going to get called from the Runtime PM sleep call, which is going to increase the ref count again and then decrease the ref count. I'm not sure if that's legal. So I need to like bypass the runtime PM stuff here. I guess I need another flag for this, otherwise it's just gonna be painful. Handle, is it? But we might get callbacks during this. So I guess all of these have to have it. And handle ACK, if not sleeping and not depth. Then in push, yeah, in ACK, power on. We should never. No, that one doesn't need that. That should never happen. And power off, that should also never happen. Yeah, okay, so do sleep. Okay, so let's try calling that from here. We call that sleep thing. Of course, I missed some stuff. And then a ret. Okay, let's see if this actually works. What's the problem with vsync? Vsync works fine in Wayland. It doesn't work fine on X because X uses a type of vsync that doesn't exist on this hardware. Okay, let's see if that works. Also, DCP is kind of off right now. Let's see if that works. That's another case I'm not sure works properly. Waking up when you start the laptop with the lid closed and DCP is... I think that works. Oh yeah, it did. Okay, it's just the brightness was minimum. Should probably also fix that. Okay, let's see what happens now. We're going to drive some standard for Linux notches and screen cutouts. Yes, we already have some conversations on that. Okay, let's just try stopping it. Okay, now it liked it, so that worked. What about wake up? That still didn't work. 201, so it liked my sleep at least with 201. It didn't like my wake up. Oh, there's no actual there's no message sent. No, there is a set IP power. 201. No, yeah, but there's no set IP power there. So the CPU run is supposed to be enough to wake it up, but it isn't. So do we actually need the power manager reset? Do you know if Apple ever does those resets? I guess I'm gonna have to try macOS, aren't I? Yeah, and it definitely comes back after that. Also starts the endpoints, which is not necessarily what we want, but... Okay, let's see what macOS does. which might mean I need to install Mini. I'm not sure what state macOS is on this one, or even what version it is. No, the version might not matter too much for just tracing this, even if all the calls are wrong. At least I can see if it goes to pmanager or not. So maybe that's not too bad. I have a macOS dev. Maybe it's that one. Yeah, that gives me a Mini. So probably Mac 13J. But which version was this? Was it 12.1? It might be 12.1. But maybe this one doesn't have the sleep. I can find out. Seven four two nine 61.2. .1. Ah! I'm on 12.3. I don't know if this is going to do... Well, we'll try it. Let's see what happens. Am I logging to something? No, I should have logged that. Oh, we'll find out. You can also see it shut down the graphics there, so... So if I just close the lid, what happens? A lot of stuff, apparently. Hold on, what just happened there? Get a bunch of stuff. Setblock DCP. Did it actually sleep it? Oh, it actually tried to go to sleep. Well, we must still have gotten the this stuff. It did shut down. It did interesting. It did a full shutdown. We have this set to like only power gate because otherwise it breaks. But now this is going to yeah, break everything. I need to make it not sleep. At least let's see what it did with the DCP. So the last thing it did was some random stuff with memdesk. Setblock DCP. set power state. AOT enabled. And then A500. So we do have the A500. And then it does AP power. And does all the other random things. Okay, so it actually, right after that, it turns off the power state. So maybe that's the problem. Maybe it's that we actually have to turn it off after this. And if we don't, it doesn't work. The question is, does it reset it when it comes back? Or is it just powering it on that does that? Okay, let's try that again. Turn off actual system sleep. Let's see what happens. But then that means we can't use the min PS for the DCP. That's gonna be annoying to figure out. So then it's not min PS, it's like init PS or something like that. So one thing I thought of is that if we make the simple frame buffer depend on the DCP power state, then we don't need to keep it always on, because that would keep it on for us. Let me turn off sleep first. Which means we need to actually enable the PM stuff here. It's so slow. Okay, so now it's set to not power off when the display powers off. Not sleep, I mean. What is it rendering now? Like, the screen looks idle. Why is it spamming things. Okay, now it calmed down a bit. Let's turn the screen off. Okay, that's what it did. Let's stop it there. Okay, so we got that A500. A bunch of properties got removed. I returned that. It goes to 201. Clears all that stuff. I don't think that matters. Then CPU control 0. And yeah, then it turns off CPU 0 and FE. And then nothing. That's just randomness. Because the GPU, I guess, is still getting used even if the display is off. Oh, okay, now it turned on again, so that's useful, even though it was off. So what actually happened there? Yeah, it just turned it on. So I think it's just that we need to actually do that. Unless this read is magic or something, but that sounds really weird. Okay, so the shutdown was, yeah, just CPU 0 and FE. Okay, so let's see if I can fix this so it doesn't break with the idle stuff. Yeah, and it does wake up. Okay, let's reboot. We can still run Linux from here, so that's fine. Oh no, it's the wrong firmware version. No, we can't. Ah. Okay, so let's see if fixing the actual power gating makes it work. This might also mean we can change how many does things, because we've been doing the reset before, but maybe that's not necessary. So if I... The first thing that's going to happen is you have to actually let it power down. Which means this in die 0, no, the P manager stuff. Oh, we have always on right now. So that's, yeah, that's why that's not turning off. So we're going to turn those off. And we don't need the min state. Because it is turning off. So then, yeah, so this has the power domain, right? And the question is this going to break badly now because it's going to turn off the power domain? It might. Yeah, I think it might work with the built-in kernel and not with modules if we do it like this. We need something to keep that alive, and it probably has to go into the simple frame buffer, and then when that gets removed... Yeah, okay, let's try this like this for now, for the built-in version. And see what happens with that. But then I'm going to trace, yes, pmanager, yes, kernel. And also trace pmanager. I think that broke. Which probably means it got turned off. No, it was on. Failed to wake up RTKit. Well, that's weird because it didn't actually turn off. So why did it break? KXIC from a running phone can't work because there are lockdown CPU features that get set once, and you can't undo it, and those break Linux. Is it the Auto PM breaking it? I think it's Auto PM that broke it. Because this FPD never gets Auto PM. And DCP gets Auto PM. Interesting. Oh, but isn't that the min p state for Auto PM? So we do need that. Hold on. I think drivers sock Apple Apple pmanager power state. Make sure this is doing what I think it's doing. Yeah, PS min is in there, and that's that bit. Yeah, okay, so we do need the min p state. Yeah, so we do need those on CPU, not on that one, and it doesn't have to be always on anymore. Yes, and Auto PM is fine on that one. It's not on DISP 0. How is that done? That might just be not supported though, but auto enable. Oh, it was enabled for everything right now. Well, let's hope that doesn't break it. I think the min p state is what was needed for that. Because that's the min p state for auto PM, which we do enable. So let's see what happens. Something. Yeah, okay, it's alive. Okay, so that's working. And the question is it going to come back after turning off? Turn it off. Okay, run 0. Why no P manager? That didn't do any P manager. Yeah, and then of course it doesn't work. Why didn't it do that? I probably need to do something to enable the runtime PM stuff. Unless that's somewhere else. Is it the Mailbox controller? Does that not have runtime PM? I thought we did, though. NVMe. Yeah, we do have the power domains on the inbox. Do iPhones and iPads have UART? Yes. Will the video hardware decoders ever be a thing? Yes. People are working on that already. So why is that not shutting down? Let's just run Linux again and look at the debug from that. PM Gen PD. PM Gen PD summary. Okay, so disp 0, CPU 0. Mbox does not support runtime PM, which means we're not actually shutting down NVMe. And also SART. Oh, that's no fun. Thing is, we're actually going to get rid of the Mailbox driver. So maybe now is a good time to do that instead of implementing runtime PM in it. Only problem is that it's 10 p.m. and I should get some sleep. Maybe it's easier to just enable it to see what happens, but drivers, Mailbox, Apple Mailbox. Because I think the device link stuff will take care of this anyway. So I think we can just enable it and not care. So you basically just need we don't even need PM ops. I think there's nothing to do here. We just need to actually enable it. I think we just do dev PM runtime enable, and that's that. Let's just try that. I saw a video of someone booting Android on an iPhone. Yeah, well, older ones, yes, you can do that because they have bugs in the boot ROM. So, no. Yeah. Now it died badly. Oh. Okay, it actually tried to kill it. Oh, the Dart also needs the... Fair. I'll buy that. And probably this one, too. The question is this shutdown going to kill everything? I think the answer is yes, unfortunately. So I expect TCP to die, but hopefully not everything to crash. Okay, no, it's alive. Oh, the darts don't have runtime PM? I thought we had that. I guess we don't. So much stuff doesn't have runtime PM. Okay. Right, so for the darts, we had suspend and resume, but not runtime PM. So for runtime PM, we actually need to set both of all the ops. How did you do that for the getting the actual suspend and resume one? Not runtime PM ops, but Yes, I think I would just want define runtime def PM ops instead of suspend and resume. Yeah, but in this case, I want runtime def PM ops instead of simple def PM ops. And then I need to turn it on. Yes, runtime is for individual. It's for runtime, right? So like, not when the whole system is sleeping, just at any time. And then that needs PM runtime. Will Touch ID not be locked down enough for some print room? Yes, that is. And Touch ID is going to be locked down. We will support it, the same way Apple does, but we're not going to use the Linux fingerprint stuff because that's not going to work. Two underscores, was it? Yeah, that works. That also, yeah, I kind of expected that because now, someone is using DMA, and this got suspended. So how is runtime PM implemented for these things? It's just not implemented. Touch ID is not implemented. It's just another driver we have to write and a bunch of other stuff. There's nothing secret about it. It's just more things. So how do we... Let's see how other IOMMU drivers implement Runtime PM, if they do. IOMMU attached. We still want to allow turning it off when we suspend the device. Yeah, I guess we just need to get and put around around operations. Yeah, attach dev. And then instead of get, I need to use that. Wait, wasn't get sync the broken one? Resume and get, okay. Oh, okay, yeah, but in this case, I guess it just makes sense anyway. I guess, well, we do need to check the error. Just do that. Just error works, I guess. Okay, let's try with that. It's not object dev, it's just dev. Is it? No, it's attached dev. It's domain whatever. How do I get the Dart? It's in the stream map. Okay. No, it's in the Dart domain. How do I get the Apple Dart from this? Oh, it's this one. Okay, Dart 0. Thank you for your hard work. Anyone on the team is looking into webcam support? Yes, there was someone looking at that a while ago, though I haven't seen much from them recently. Ret undeclared PM runtime. And that's not Dart 0 here. Detached dev. I guess I need a stream map on that. I guess I can just do this and disable DMA or something and enable bypass. Okay, it gets called and reset, which, yeah, it should also do that. Okay, so we can just use the PM runtime. Let's get the Dart from that. I think I actually need the stream maps, though. Yeah, we might need to... Nah, it's a bit... Okay, let's put it here. To finalize domain calls... Oh, it just looks for a single one. Yeah, okay, we can do that. So leave that one there in Dart 0. And then here, probably in disable DMA, we can just do the get and the put in that instead. Disable DMA. Get sync. Dart dev, Dart dev. Yes, we'll do it here. Enable bypass also, enable translation. And suspend, we don't do anything, we just save register, so that's fine. And then hardware reset. That only gets called in remove, which we'll see about removing anyway. Resume calls hardware reset. That should be fine. Is there a map for how an Apple device boots? We have some docs in the Asahi Linux wiki. Rets? No, just ret. Oh, there's no ret. Why is that even there? Oh yeah, let's see if that works. Nope. Hardware invalidate TLB and probe device. Get sync there. And these should probably also have that. Get sync dart dev. There's no dart here. Oh, stream map dart, yes. Yep. What's the plan for the high refresh rate display on the Pro Max laptop panels? Yes, Linux has support for variable refresh rate. We still haven't figured out how it works, so we need to figure that out first. I mean, how the hardware works. That broke quite badly, but I expected that because the frame buffer, of course, yeah, it needs to stay up. But at least the dart is not faulting anymore. Actually, no, yes, I did do something. It's just idle. It's stuck waiting for something. Did we get the CPU stuff? It's supposed to be the frame buffer or something. Oh, something happened here. Okay, some stuff went wrong. Woo. Oh, probably because Runtime PM wasn't enabled yet. Enabled it early. Actually, no, not that early. But hardware reset is not going to call that. What call path was that? Yeah, okay, and hardware reset. Yeah, because that calls disable DMA. That's why. Okay, so we need this before reset. Why do we even have the clocks here? Don't use that, I think. Isn't that from the old? Clock stuff we don't use anymore? That still didn't like it. Oh, wait, no. It says I need to less than 0. Yeah. Okay. Still very confused. Here, TTBR. Did I not compile? Yeah, it didn't compile. Yeah. Let's see. But yeah, I'm gonna have to add the frame buffer, the simple DRMFP thing as a consumer of this, and then hope that when it actually unbinds. Yeah. Kernel panic. Dart resume. Oh, because we don't have some stuff set yet when we get there. Okay, yeah, then we need to hardware reset. Yeah, then that's fine. We can enable the get stuff shouldn't actually fail. It's fine if we do this later. Why is that still? Did I forget to build again? No. Is it because it's not, yeah, okay. Because I need to, like, make it assume it's already powered, I think. What's that done here? That one didn't do that. Get no resume, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so now we do that, and we can just do the put in here. And hopefully that works. Still warning. Okay, that still returns less than 0. But then I guess I can just enable the runtime PM earlier. Because it's going to stay up. Let's see if that works. That didn't work. Why is that getting called from hardware reset if I already did a PM runtime get no resume? But also the tricky thing here is that this is actually using Runtime PM. It's going to do the save and restore every time, which is kind of dumb. Well, we want it to stay up while the device is up anyway, so it shouldn't sleep at that point, but... I think we need to set active. Yeah, we're going to need that. Get no resume, return a value, maybe. No, nobody checks that though. If there is a return, it might just be void because it just increments the counter, so can't fail. Okay. Now we don't have all the spam. It still died. But that's expected. I don't know why what it's waiting for though. So the CPUs are idle. So what is it just stuck on some device dependency or something? I definitely initialized everything. Okay, let's actually this is killing the display anyway, so obviously this is wrong. Let's actually add the frame buffer. Don't know if this is gonna work. We're gonna try. Nope, that did not work. Definitely got the simple frame buffer, and it did not work. Also, dots came first anyway. And we know that was... yeah, it's too eagerly shutting down the... But why? That should cause... Also, did that actually write? No, okay, so auto PM doesn't actually work there. So we should fix that because that's not used. Yeah, I don't know what, first of all, I don't know what it's waiting for. Okay, so if I set it to always on, I should set the front end to always on. I'll set both anyway. And see what the actual layout looks like after booting. Now it's hanging again, even though I set it to always on. So what did I just break? So it's the problem isn't the... Okay. Where is it stuck now? I don't know what it's stuck waiting for. Is it Mailbox? What happens right after that normally? Apparently I don't have any logs. I don't know how to figure out what's going on. Because it's just stuck. I don't know if it's like a lock depth thing where I ended up in a deadlock or something. Or is the frame buffer thing causing this somehow? Disable that. iBoot is encrypted, so you're not going to be able to extract anything from it. Nope. And I can't send sys requests through the hypervisor, which is quite annoying. I don't know what I just broke here. It's just waiting for something, but I'm not sure why. Like, the darts are initialized. If I just remove the dependencies... Yeah, I probably should call it a day. Nope. Did I just break it in the Dart? I think it might be hardware reset calling that stuff. Yeah, because that calls invalid TLB. Okay, yeah, that's probably why. Yeah, okay, I think I know. Yeah, I think I know what's going on. Okay, let's redo this. Okay, so this is calling that with resume and get. That's fine. So let's not do those on this one. And disable DMA. It's called by reset and by detach dev. So we need this in detach dev. Yeah, okay, so enable bypass. Yeah, we can drop that. Set TTBR. It's called from setup translation, which is in there. Here TTBR. It's called from setup translation for clear all TTBRs, which is called from reset. Yeah. Okay, so let's drop these. And then string commands also can't have those. Okay. Yeah, so this is guaranteed to have a reference because it doesn't put afterwards. And then here in resume, we don't care. Yeah, so then we just need to make sure that the flushing stuff actually calls that. Domain flush TLB. This one needs to call that. For each stream map, Dart. Drop these. Okay. And 498. And 799. .0 dev. Okay, yeah, now we're doing better. Ooh. The Broadcom Dart is not happy. Oh, PM runtime resume. Might sleep. And Flash TSB can't sleep. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, we're going to ignore that for now because I then have to figure out how that makes sense. But it still works. And let's. Is there a way of doing this? They are RQ safe. It's calling schedule for some reason. Okay, there's an yeah. If it's RQ safe, it uses a different path. I might fix that. But now the important part is if we turn that on. And let's see if that shows up somewhere. Now, I also need all of these. That fixed the warnings. It is hating some things, though. Not sure what's going on there. I think the Wi-Fi died. And there's no limit on those, so they're just gonna take forever. Oh, emergency mode. Cannot open access to console root account. Yeah, well, I know. Can I just init bin sh this? I don't understand why, like, the storage stuff got stuck. Okay, got that. I probably should turn off that debug. Sys kernel sys sys kernel can't type. Okay, this is too annoying. Let me turn that off. Alright, I need to mount sys. Okay, yeah, the Wi-Fi is very dead. Which probably means we suspended the power domain. Or I broke the darts. But DCP works, though. I'll have to look at that. have the feeling that USB is also kind of broken. Ooh. Yeah, obviously something is broken there. I guess I broke a lot of things with that Dart change. So that should keep the PCI thing on, so hopefully that didn't break it. I think it's just that I'm not keeping the IOMMU on when the dependent devices are on. Interesting that 4000 is suspended. So this 0 Dart, oh, because that's under display subsystem. Bleh. Okay, but there's no Okay, so I'm curious. If I just disable DCP, actually just need the disabled thing, probably a better idea. Status disabled. So at least I'm curious as to whether the frame buffer stuff keeps it alive or not. Let's just try mounting it here. Okay, it does map to the frame buffer. So that is keeping it alive. And now the question is, if I actually do that, is it going to actually keep it alive? Because if not, then I need to figure something out. think it did. Yeah, I think it stayed alive. Yeah, I think it stayed alive until after the probe, so that's good. Yeah, I just enabled auto PM, which is fine. Okay. So now put DCP back. Yeah, that's doing the right thing. It worked. Now it would be nice if I could shut down the display from the console in some reasonable way. How do I do that? I know there's some command for that. Maybe I can do that. No. Oh. I don't think that's working. Oh, can you actually just go through Syscast DRM? Well, it's on. No, that doesn't let me do anything. Can I just blank force? Okay, that blanked it. Okay, cool. And it didn't turn off the power domain. Okay, if everything is suspended, why is the power domain on? What's up with that? What? Why? Is there a ref counting problem? No, that doesn't make sense. Oh. Oh, X8CI is being dumb. Maybe it's just that. Maybe it's just that. That's blocking a work queue that broke something. I don't know. I don't know how I broke that though. Um. Is it possible that the darts are just powering down? No, but they should. We're breaking USB and PCIe. I think that's set to always on. Yeah. don't know why, like, this is breaking USB, and then DCP works fine. I mean, the power domains are right here, so... Issue caused by the dual darts for USB could be, yeah. But then why PCIe also? Well, that has multiple darts too, yeah. But they have the same power domain, though. I guess I need it for each stream map here. Yeah. Where's that dart 0? Force, yeah. Let's try it like that. Should add some of this files. Lots of junk. Oh, now it's working. Maybe it was that, yeah. Yeah, okay, so it was that. Add a debug mode. Okay, so now what? Close the screen. Still not shutting down. Why not? Now you don't have that excuse. I mean, this was previously actually turning it off. Why is it not doing that now? Maybe it's because there was a naive device attached to it at one point, and that makes it never sleep again. Yes, PM runtime put has a return value, but I can't do anything about that return value anyway. Um, I guess I'll have to dig into the runtime PM code. Um, where is that? Here in base power domain. So how does that work? Disable depth. I guess enable debug for this. Or is it because like the... Did I forget something? Like, do I need to notify the... No. Oh, suspend only if the PM domain is also IRQ safe. That probably means I need to set the P proper state as IRQ safe. Oh, did I get those warnings? No, I didn't. Okay, I think I need to set the flags there. That. And then I probably don't actually need the IRQ safe device. Huh. Now what? That didn't go very well. Okay, the use sleep is a bad idea. We do have a mutex on reset assert and deassert. But that's for the reset stuff though. Those are fine to be. Did that somehow not get Did I do something dumb? Did I drop a mutex in it or something? Oh, there's no GenPD mutex for IRQ safe ones. Right. Right. And it's a spin lock instead, which means we can't. We're still can't use the reset stuff. Huh. Right. And now it's. Yeah, it's spin lock. Yeah. Okay, fine. Spin locks it is. What are the lock flags? Oh, it just stores it there. I mean, I guess you don't actually need to store the lock flags there. You can just lock it like that, and it'll be fine. Because it's not gonna nest differently. Flags. And this is fine because this is it's a certainty assert that take the lock, so that's fine. Okay. Did GenPD? Yeah. Okay. Let's commit some stuff here because this is getting a bit messy. I need that first. I should send this commit as a fix for 6.2. Let's add some other stuff. Oh, that needs to go as a fix up. Actually. And then our state. That didn't quite work. Or is it just loading still? No. I got a black screen. Why? It was working earlier. And now everything is broken again? Okay, so it does shut down when I don't want it to shut down. Okay, let me add the prints to this. There's debug here. That'll tell us exactly when it shuts down the power domains. I mean, there has to be a way of preventing those power domains from shutting down until later. There's a flag or something. No, now it's fine. Maybe it's just random, depending on probe order or something. Okay, now it worked fine. Though the Bluetooth is hating me. But USB works. Okay. Is it going to suspend now? Now I have a black screen. And it died. Wait, did DCP just die? I think DCP just didn't start. Oh, yeah. Okay, so DCP is dead. Okay. It's not log power because that's making it go crazy. Okay, still not working. Yeah, so it killed it because it shut down. What is this debug not printing? I put debug on there. Why is the power domain stuff not printing the debug messages? Oh, am I not booting with... Yeah. Actually need to turn that on. Okay, now it's doing stuff. And I also got the other stuff. Okay. Oh, I think I know what's going on. Yeah, because as soon as one device gets added to the power state, then it considers it eligible to be suspended. And because the Dart is going in there. How do we fix that? Is there something in power domains? Like some flag to disable. Maybe I can just mark it as always on and then have the DCP driver unmark it when it's safe. Or something like that. Yeah. I think that cheat is what we're going to do. We set, not this 0, because that's a dependency anyway. We just set the CPU 01 to always on. which means we also don't need the simple DRM one necessarily, though that's fine. We can just leave it on. And then in DCP, we hack into that. So now how do I get the GenPD for this? How do we get the GenPD? Okay, so dev PM domain set. Add device. GenPD domain. Dev GPD data, maybe. Yeah, those are not exported. Eh. Okay, that is right. Yeah, it does that. So hopefully that's always there. And then I can at least move that declaration lower, which is a bit nicer. I mean, it is reading the always on flag from the DTP. It's just that we're removing the flag now from from the DCP power domain when DCP starts. Okay, it's alive. And now we turn it off. Why still not turning off the power domain? Because I am dumb and did this backwards. Let's try again. Shouldn't simple DRM keep it on? No, but the problem is that simple DRM doesn't keep it on because the Dart is getting assigned to the power domain first, and as soon as anything gets assigned to the power domain, it considers it eligible to be powered off. And since nothing's assigned to the Dart until later simple DRM probes, it shuts down. Basically, the power domains stay turned on until something attaches or all the probing is done. Logic only works for power domains that only have one client. If we have more than one, it gets really confusing. Okay, is it going to sleep? Yes. Thank you. And it actually did shut down. And the darts are making it come alive again, but that's fine because CPU control is 0. And now is it going to come back? Yes! And no. Okay, the screen didn't actually come back on, but DCP did come back alive. So something else is broken. But we got this far. Okay, well that at least gets us somewhere. And that much is fine. Let's see what this thing said. Oh, okay, it crashed. Well, okay. API ODMA done. Okay, so something is broken, but we got pretty far. Okay, so we're probably missing something, and we have to go back to the macOS logs and see exactly what changes after a cold wake up like this. There's probably something. But at least it's coming back to life, which is good. Very pleased with my Asahi machine. Thank you. Okay. I think we should call it a day and recommit some stuff. At least I not define debug. Let's clean up some things. That's called sock apple RTKit. Okay, set the arch stuff. And then I guess we just add all this DCP stuff. Work in progress. Okay, so it breaks, but I'm going to boot again with the log power thing and no tracers. And I'm going to sleep the screen and see if at least I got some power savings out of it. Because we are at 4.81 watts in Suspend without that. So let's see if it got any better. Or if I just made things worse. And it looks like it didn't actually save anything. 4.88. It's actually a bit worse, though. That could be anything. That's in, though. Yeah. So much for that. Looks like it's going down slowly somehow. I don't know. Maybe it's just not very reliable to that extent. And, oh, interesting. And now I just got unexpected busy command channel. I think it might not have actually done the power domain stuff properly in the actual sleep case. I think I'm missing stuff for that. Okay. Anyway, that's. I think it's a good time to stop. So at least uh the CPU freak thing is a very important change. And then we'll see about DCP later. This might go in a whip branch and might go back at some point because I still have to fix the touchpad, which is more important. So, okay. Yeah, I will be heading out and getting some kind of dinner or something, I guess. But at least we figured out how to shut DCP down and start it back up without using the reset bit, which apparently is the right way to do it. So there's that. Okay, thanks for coming, and I'll see you next time.